All right. Cool. So we're live on YouTube now. And yeah, sorry for everyone that was maybe getting bored by that. Written by a Meta employee? Yeah. Sounds about right. All right. So the part we left off on yesterday, we get 13, 19 of our test passing. Let's just double check that one more time. 19 is not a bad number. All right, so yeah, let's start going through these. I actually want to do it one more time. That way we can start from the top. Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember why we did that. Oh, because we couldn't figure out why it wasn't running. Yeah. So we don't need that anymore. All right, so that's a before each. And then this. Okay, so what we need to do is this is the before hook, and it's going to be part of the transaction we got to modify. And we want to modify the body of the request. One thing I need to do is find the OpenAPI YAML. Because we need the title of it as well. I don't like that it needs the title, but it's fine. All right. So the failing test is that we need amount and note needs to be at least 3 characters. So we'll just say amount. $42, obviously. Boo. All right. So then that gets created for us. Shouldn't be a 400. The next failure we get is another 200 because we're getting a 500. Sad panda. Well, that's a trickier one. So accounts, balances, transactions, get all. So if we're getting a 500 on this one, we need to reproduce it somehow. I'm And yeah, we're going to need to get in and do this for a bunch of stuff. I'm going to bet that it's not the first 500 that we're going to get, or that we got in that list. And what's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? All right, so we see business ID there. Oh, and we don't want to do this. Well, we can do it with a bearer token anyway. Okay, so we reproduce the error. Aha! Table does not have specified index business transaction account ID. Balance transaction account ID. What do you mean by that? Ah, shit. I missed it there too. That's our plan for the day. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing over on YouTube? You saw the branch name? The branch name is main. So what? No, that's not the branch. No, this is just Launchpad. This is just showing that I got some bullshit thing that can be merged. That's not the branch. That's fine. No, this is like a get lens thing, so there's all sorts of stuff you can jam into the bottom bar there. I know we've gotten this error before. I totally forget what it is, though. Here's a good test. Going to the beach before family dinner. What are you going to be eating for dinner? To be determined. I bet that tastes like shit. Too many options for the first place to go out to. Gotcha. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so our issue is somewhere in this bit. I think that was the issue there. Nope. Oh, so it is account ID, but we need to do it by quaternary key. Or we did this wrong. There it is. Except yep, so that's not going to work. There we go. All right. So now we've got that, and we can probably uncomment that. Shit. So balance transaction by the account ID. What's up, Melon? How you doing? Okay, so I think this actually is supposed to be tertiary key, which means my index is off. I guess it makes sense there, Melon. I would recommend you use free code camp. Totally free. Worth checking out for sure. You can keep hanging out for sure, but I'd be working on that just alongside while you're watching. I mean, Replit isn't even like a learning platform. I guess they do have learning stuff. All right. I would say Replit is still worthwhile, but getting the basics, I don't think they're going to be that good for the basics. No, I know what Replit is. It's not a no-code site. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, yep, you'll figure it out. Now, Replit is just meant to like be a place where you don't have to set up your own environment. It's a cloud dev environment. So it's still all like code based. Unless they've completely changed, I'm just unaware of that. Yeah, all of those like programs that they're asking you to build, it's got like a step by step of like code that you need to paste in. I would start simpler, right? So yeah, just start with free code camp. 1 second. If you just go to Google and type in the words free code camp, you can find it too. So as far as being able to sort all this stuff, it is using tertiary key here. For balance, accounts, payments, and transactions, we should be good. But this is for sorting rather than getting... Well, hold on. Is it? You definitely need to be able to get all of the transactions for an account. But this to me seems like this is the sort index. Yeah, let's go log in. Right, tokens expired. Yeah, so we need more indexes for this part to work. Because the consumer's probably going to want to be able to fetch all this stuff, right? And really, our backend should do it too, right? Like our dashboard should be showing that. Yeah, I think we need a whole new set of indexes. Okay, well, let's just double check this part and make sure we can create a new transaction. The post 200 failed. Really? I thought we fixed that. Did I forget to save it? Ah, okay, so status code. Transaction account business. We're not getting balance ID back? Oh, okay. So that actually uncovered a different bug, which is necessary though. Yep. Okay, so that actually uncovered a bug for us, and now that should work. So yeah, that's the entire point of this. Yep. Boom. We see that that post 200 works now because we're getting the object back. So as we define our requests and responses, we got to make sure that we're getting the right values back. As the doc describes it. So yeah, cool. Okay. Um I think for any of the get all endpoints, let's add that to the notes. Right. So by not having those values, that endpoint doesn't work. But people will need that, so I should make that endpoint work. So yeah, we're not indexing things properly for this get request to work. But we can move on and look at some of this other stuff. So then here, deleting the endpoint. Yep. Okay, so that exposes another hook that we got to do. So after that hook, and let's look at how we're doing our stash. We'll call it payment ID, transaction ID. Created adjustment ID. I do need to look at the docs for Dread. Right, so we do an after. We do get transaction. That's going to have transaction.response. And that part, do they have any example? So here they're saving the full response, and it's the dot real. We probably still want a try catch. We do need to parse it. It is going to be real.body. Okay. So then stash.created transaction ID. Looks right to me. And yeah, that hook goes away. Actually, we'll leave it for now. So yeah, created transaction ID. We do that in the after. And then we get another before, hooks.before. We could also just delete it. Yeah, I don't think I like the idea of using an after for this. Right, we should make them item potent. Right, so like, doesn't matter what order they run in. Yeah, we don't allow them to get a single transaction, but we probably should. But we don't need to do that yet. So delete account balance transaction. And instead of that, we do have Axios in here because we need to use it. That part's totally wrong, though. Production API key ID. No, that is the wrong value. Production API key is what we actually want to do. So do we have those values in our stash? I think I made a mistake. Nope, never mind. It is stash. Let me get more music going. Um, not what I wanted. All right, and the endpoint ends up being okay. So we just call those account ID and transaction based balance ID. Okay, so we post to that. We can just make this request body, or we can just delete that. Let's just do that. So what I want to do is the before each here. I think these two get canceled out. Because, yeah, it's going to be a different value each time. So then this is transaction dot request. We don't want body, we want URL. Dot full path. Okay. So let's double check that works. All right, so that one failed. And I think it's because we're getting a 204. Mm-hmm. All right, so the delete is still no good. So this is the delete 200. Oh, yeah. I don't like that we're sending the empty object. Wow, this album's really crunchy. Like, jeez. It's a little too crunchy. Yeah, so the way that we build the OpenAPI schema has a few things kind of like hard coded. So I'd almost rather just make these work rather than change Calatrava too much. But the more we end up needing to change stuff later, the worse the experience is from like a consumer standpoint. Like we want our API to be stable-ish. Database versioning gets really tricky. So if I can avoid having to do versioning as long as possible, that would be good. I think we do need to just change Calatrava. So the one change I'm thinking is we need to be able to do a 204, like empty response. But then that also means that we need our accept header to just not be there. So let's go look at some Calatrava. Let's look at our route decorator. So where we have defined errors, what we want it to do is, as we're building it out, instead of assuming a 200, if there's an empty response, yeah, if it is empty response here, then we should definitely have like no response, but also infer that the content type will not be application JSON. And that'll just make Calatrava more robust in the future anyway. So TJS generator. What is TJS generator? Where are we getting that from? That's TypeScript JSON schema. That's right. So what I want to do here is we want to handle the route option object dot response schema. So then we get down to this part. Let me go look at an example Swagger. All right, so that's slash pet, find by status, find by tags, pet ID. We go to here and we see delete. Okay. Yeah, I see. So yeah, we just pass a description and we don't need the application JSON. So that means that we head back to here and we just delete the content section. Yeah, that should totally work. So now it's inferred. We don't even need the other 200. But where do we do other 20 values? Here we go. So we saw a 204, 204. Let's go to http.cat. We should be doing a 201 when we create something, right? So we almost need another bit in here. If we go to types, we can see route options. Success code. Do we think that's a good value, like to name that? So basically, I want to be able to override a 200 with a 201 value if we create it. But if we have an empty response, oh, hold on. Are there any other endpoints where an empty response is applicable? Like any other methods, right? With a get, no. With a put, with a patch, no. With a delete, yes. With a post, there is a case where a post could be necessary. But we can actually make that happen pretty easy. Okay, so yeah, no, I think we're good. The name of it we'll give it is then success code. Success status code. We'll make it optional. So then for this part, this just becomes that yeah, this is how I want to do it. And then same thing for down here. Wait, what did I just do here? Oh, I did response schema. Yeah, all right. Oh, it's fine, Heth. And yeah, I'll clue people in for anyone who is unaware of what I'm doing, especially YouTube people that might have just jumped in and aren't aware. I have a bit in my code, and let me move this over, where I am building an open API schema, right? And an open API schema allows us to generate docs, like kind of like what you see over here on the right. So you'll take something like this and turn it into this cool like documentation junk, right? I do that programmatically from my code using a decorator in TypeScript. Decorators are a way of like modifying what this method would be. It turns out that this decorator doesn't actually do anything. It's a no-op. So it doesn't do anything at runtime like a normal JavaScript or TypeScript decorator would. What this does instead is it allows me to define the metadata of the route, right? Like the description and some of this other stuff. And then at build time, I can extract these values into an open API schema. So I'm doing basically like a metadata thing that you may have seen done inside of like code, like comment blocks above a route, but instead I get full type safety, like foo bar, right? Foo doesn't exist on route. Bam! It prevents all of that BS without having to do some weird like editor malarkey. This is just raw JavaScript TypeScript at that point. So I get full type safety of what we're doing over here, which is nice. And then the part that I'm doing here is making it to where I can have a new thing called a success status code that I can pass to it. So if I'm doing a delete, I want to do like a 204, successful deletion, but no content. But maybe I might also want to do a 201, created. And I can simply pass the success status code as a 201 in my route decorator, which would fail right now because we're adding that functionality to it. The main gist is that we are getting an error when we do our delete, because number one, it's actually successfully working, but with a delete, we shouldn't have a body, right? And I shouldn't be setting application JSON as a header that we expect either, because this is going to fail out because it sees application JSON. 207 multi-status. What's a good use case for multi-status? Like, let's consult the documentation. A mixture of responses. I won't be responding with that ever. This framework that I have behind the scenes that does some of this magic, it really only needs to solve my problems. I'm not building it as a library for other people to use. So I'd say we could evolve it and we could do a 207. I'm not sure how I'd want to do that. But we could at least override the code at this point. Does that make sense, Heth? And yeah, it's been a little while. How you been? Have you been streaming lately at all? No, I know I've caught your stream at least once or twice back in the day. Really only meant for web dev? Yeah, browsers accessing web pages will never encounter this status code, but technically someone making a request from their API could expect it eventually. But I just don't think it's going to be necessary for what we're doing right now. This is just all so I can build out these API docs for this product that I'm building. And we've already built them out, but this is on an older version of the API and all that. Yep, exactly. And I currently don't see a good use case for returning multiple content types or whatever, or multiple statuses or whatever. Had to stop streaming again. No worries. No, I get that. I was just curious. I know I see you over in the Alt F4 stream from time to time. I think I see you in the Primogen quite a bit too. Oh, you just got started again too. Cool. I mean, you know, you could always do it again. You still got that partner. It's not like YouTube where they take it away. That sucks. Damn, I didn't realize it had been that long since you streamed. Some Basil Hayden? Let's do it. Since 2009, since Justin TV. Damn. I mean, by that math, you took more than 5 years off. If you streamed for 8, that'd be 2017. 5 off would be 2022. So had you been streaming for like the past 2 years? And yeah, I do remember... I feel like I remember seeing you stream back in like 2018. Or maybe misremembering your start date? Here it says account created 2012. So, okay, you're saying you've been on like Justin TV as a viewer maybe since 2009. That would make a lot of sense then. I get it. The math lines up when you consider that part. Got it. I was thinking as a streamer. All right, so yeah, when we get back to considering this part, I'd say that's good. It does mean that we need to increment the version of the request response library. We're just going to YOLO this on up and try and make it work. Oh, it's fine. No, you're good. Hold on. This is a foodie stream in disguise. What are you eating? I made some, like, pork skewers last night. They were really good. First time ever trying it. Only hassle is I freeze, like, a lot of my, like, you know, proteins and all that, so I can just, like, thaw it and cook it whenever. It doesn't, like, absorb all of the flavor that well if it's still, like, somewhat frozen. This chunk of pork I had yesterday was big. And yeah, I overdid it on the pepper a little bit. Yeah, it's fun. I don't know. If you do get back to streaming, you're welcome to use it. Stream Parrot is the thing I built, and that's just one of the themes. Yeah, I think we built it on stream maybe like 4 years ago. That sounds about right. Technically, it's the one Prime uses up in like the corner of his stream, but he doesn't customize it in any way. So he could use anything for his overlay, really. But he's just that cool of a dude that he supports people. I mean, you'll notice that it's replacing like the word parrot. So it's something you configure. Like you can see all the various things that we replace. Emotes. Yeah, I thought it would be kind of fun for like people who maybe do like sports or something, where like well no, like so the whole feature is you configure your own emotes. So you can configure any emotes you want, you know? So if you're you're a fan of the 49ers, you might want to turn the word Cowboys into a poop emoji. You can do that. So we can replace basically any text that you want. We can even replace like Twitch's emotes. Yeah. Similar, yeah. The key is that it only works on your stream. No one else can get it on their stream. I mean, there are ways you could make that work, but just saying. Like, as an example, we can replace Twitch's bullshit smiley face with my smiling face. Yeah, that's just like custom CSS. We allow you to override the CSS in any way you want, which allows us to do something like this. Hold on. Where's the squid? Here we go. So we can glue together the squid like seamlessly. Like, it's somewhat seamful, but looks pretty good, right? And Code Drift, you out there? Yeah, I forgot. We got some other dancing emotes too. Anyway, we increment that to version 33. I think we also need to update the CLI. And yeah, I was using change sets or something. I don't know. It's easy enough just to do this part manually. All right, so then here I'm gonna do this. We're gonna publish up this package. And yeah, I forget what languages do you normally work with? Are you a C++ dev? Is that what you've done on your stream in the past? C and C sharp. C++ is too much of a Frankenstein's monster. Got it. For you. Yeah. All right, so I can do this. And we can go to the package JSON in here. And yeah, I like the fact that we're updating this. I think it's just better this way. You'd use 2% of the language. With C, though, you'd use 70 to 80% pretty effectively. No worries. And yeah, there is like a version of C++ where you only opt into like classes and you don't use all the other stuff. Like C with classes. Is that the same as Holy C? I don't remember. I've heard some people just call it C+. Yeah, but I was Holy C actually just C++, but only doing like the bare basics of C++ stuff, like basically treating it as C? No, probably not. Okay. No, so I've heard of like C with classes as just C plus instead of C plus plus. Yeah, so his was just C like. Okay. I've definitely heard some people describe C plus as like quite reasonable, but you know, because you avoid a lot of the like undefined behavior nonsense of C plus plus. Okay, so that part's good. All right, so we can do success status code, but we don't need to, theoretically. Let's do K, PNPM dread open. Let's see if this delete endpoint works with that now. We do see that 204 makes it in, which is good. We'll have to see why that fails now. Yeah. So that'll be a 204 because we didn't update our hook right here. What? All right. Well, what's the deal there now? Yeah, because it doesn't have the application JSON. Hot damn. Alrighty. That deserves a sip of whiskey. That's the main thing. I feel like you've been here before. But it might have been a while. Yes, you were here before, asking about Waltr. I mean, it wasn't that long. It was just last September. No, that is a while, actually. So yeah, no worries. We did the same thing. You said, what is Waltr? We did the command. And then you said, huh, interesting. Just in case you wanted some, some reference to to the last time you were here. Huh, interesting. which is totally fine, by the way. Wait, what does namaste mean? Oh, like Buddhists say it, right? Oh, it's Indian? Well, it's Hindu, not. Oh, I guess. It's used worldwide, Hindu and Buddhist, and then Jain, or maybe Jain. Yeah, for some reason I always knew it from like Buddhism, but tomato, tomato. I'm kidding. Bad joke. Bad joke. That was a bad joke. But okay, so if we look at it, we get a delete success. We don't get a delete 404. I don't think so, Lightspeed. Mr. Miyagi was Shinto. I'm pretty sure. I don't think he was Buddhist. Right? Like Shinto is like the ancient Japanese, or not even that ancient, but yeah. Oh, he does practice a combination of Shinto and Buddhism. All right, my bad. All right. He might have said namaste then. Good call. My bad. I just thought he was Shinto. My bad. You're right. And I didn't realize that, it said like many Japanese, so I guess that's common where they practice both. I did not know. Okay, so here's something I'm thinking. We probably don't need a message for 404s. So that means that's maybe another place where we want to kind of modify a little bit of what we do in the request response library. Oh. All right, so we define an error schema, but we don't put the error schema in the endpoint. Oh, we do an error schema. And our defined errors does list a 404. Why do I always wear a hat? Why not? I think it's a good part of my branding. I am also balding, but the balding part doesn't bother me as much. It's like if I don't shower, I'll wake up and I'll have like a major like cowlick and the hair looks all wonky. I just don't want to deal with that. So I can just throw the beanie on. But Sonic over on YouTube, for people who are wondering who I'm responding to, there's definitely something to this kind of branding. Like, it's actually pretty easy to pick me out of a crowd. You just find the beanie. There's another streamer named Nate Codes who actually found me at TwitchCon like a couple years ago. He saw me from behind, but he just, saw this stoner swaggering along with a beanie on. And he rolled up and said, "Hey, are you CM Griffin?" Well, I am. You do work with Salesforce and Apex. So you use GearSet for your pipeline. Is okay. So you don't use Git at all? Okay, so you do use Git, but you use it very poorly. Okay. Would you be willing to chat more about this? You're very Atlassian dependent? Yeah, I mean, they're like a major partner. So we're really into Atlassian. No. I'm not trying to sell you on shit. I'm trying to understand your user persona. It's related to sales. I'm not trying to sell you shit. I'm trying to understand how we can like make some marketing content for people like you. If that's okay. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. I don't mind. Okay. Are you in our Discord? Could you just hop over to the Discord and send me a message? Yeah, like we have like a theory at the company that there's maybe something different enough. Like there's maybe something different enough about how Salesforce people use Git that it's worth building some content specifically for it, maybe? I don't know, because I work at a company called GitKraken. Sorry, I should have led with that. So yeah, GitKraken is like a desktop GUI for Git. You know GitKraken. Perfect. Yeah. I'm worried about this mole that I got on my shoulder. I don't like it when a mole starts getting itchy. But I'm a bit itchy right now anyway. Like the air got dry or something. And while I do have a humidifier, it's not the right kind of humidifier. Some people get that joke. What's up, Socrates Lopez? No, it's not a volcano. It's just a standard glass device. Waltr is my own thing. Nah, GitKraken doesn't own or touch anything about it. I may at some point try and pitch GitKraken on it. Like, hey guys, you may consider doing like a credit system at some point. But yeah, that's like a pivot that I'll have to do eventually. Oh, and it sucks. Well, I mean, it doesn't suck. I saw a thing. Autumn billing? Is that it? No, not a person. It was a Y Combinator thing. Build any pricing model. Use autumn.com. Yeah, there we go. So they're actually kind of doing a little bit of what I'm trying to do, but they're building like totally around Stripe, which means like they're basically not going to be able to support game devs. They're not going to be able to support anyone that wants to use Xsolla or some other billing platform, Paddle, whatever. So I still think this is validating my idea that these kind of things are important. I'm just going more like generic. I mean, you could use Stripe if your game isn't on Steam. Steam's going to force you to use their monetization strategy. You might be able to use anything you want. You could use Stripe. The majority of things on Steam are going to use Steam. If you're on iOS, you have to use iOS for like a mobile game, right? So, I mean, you could use Stripe, but the majority of game devs don't. Right? The majority of game devs build their billing around whatever platform they're on. If you're on PlayStation, you're building for the PlayStation Store. If you're on Xbox, you're building for the Xbox Store. If you're on Nintendo, you're building for the Nintendo Store. For any like cosmetics or like, free-to-play enhancement bullshit that you might want to do. So I think that at least like frees me up to be more broadly applicable. Speaking of Git, have I ever worked with a stacked diffs workflow? I have not. There have been companies I've been at where a stacked diffs kind of thing would have been useful, but we never implemented it. And yeah, how you doing, Robotic Head? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. 51 months. That's huge. Did y'all end up doing any gaming on Saturday without me? I think Acorn was busy coding. But maybe like you and Algo? I didn't see the chat move at all, so probably not. I haven't heard from Algo in ages. All your weekend disappeared. No gaming for you. Yep. That happens. You heard from him the other day? Okay, cool. That's good. Ooh, and hey, soda with a lime. Appreciate the message. Thank you. I just saw it. Accepted. Hell yeah. Yeah, I just need to line up like a connection for some place to like record the chat, and then we're good to go. So wait, where'd you hear from Robotic? Robotic, where'd you hear from him? Did he jump into your chat or something? I haven't seen him stream in like, what is it, 3 weeks now? You sent him a PM, like checking in on him? Yeah. There you go. That's the right move. Is he done with streaming? Because it really does feel like he's totally like burnt out on it. I just hope he's not doing it to try and like punish Twitch, because Twitch doesn't give a shit. But yeah, I actually think that Autumn is validation for the product I'm building. If they can get funded by Y Combinator, well, maybe it does hint that I can't get Waltr funded by Y Combinator. But I think other companies would then see value in the investment. He's still recovering? Damn it. He was that sick? That's gnarly. I just stream through being sick. Like, if I'm sick, I'm streaming anyway. Fuck it. But yeah, I get it. I'm a little addicted to streaming. And I hate their UI though. There's something just truly ugly about their UI. Not that mine's any better. Oh, there you go. Well, it's easy if you never leave the house. Hold on. That just reminded me. What movie? Oh, Black Sheep. I win again. Man, I never win this much at checkers. Well, it's kind of easy to win when you never move your back row. Right? I love that movie. I saw that movie in theater. It was a good one. All right, fine. You want me to move my back row? Which one do you want me to move? That one. Tink. Tink, tink, tink. I got you. What an idiot. Oh, this is fun. Yeah, it was. That one's Tommy Boy, but I can see getting them mixed up. Richard, what's happening? Oh, yeah, definitely close enough, for sure. You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? Damn, I'm getting good at saying that one fast. Wait, no, it's your bull. I need to memorize the version that he messes up. That one's actually more fun. The Birdcage? Oh, that's a solid one. I know I've seen it. I don't remember any quotes from it, though. I'm that way with basketball. Yeah, I like Hank Azaria's character in The Birdcage. He's great. Right? I think he does that like appalled, like taken aback kind of thing, right? Like what is that? Nathan Lane? That's the actor that plays that one? Clutches his pearls. Like literally clutches the pearls, right? Yeah, for sure. Like he's got a pearl necklace and he clutches the pearls literally. That's like a subtle joke too. Hold on, we skipped this song. Come on. Jeez, okay, so I gotta rewatch that movie. It's a classic. All right, so yeah. Yeah, I don't remember any of those scenes. It's been a long time since I saw it. I do typically need to see a movie more than once to have a lot of like quotes actually memorized. All right, so the gist of what we're getting at is yeah. Enjoy your dinner. Hold on, real quick. What is dinner? If you got a sec, because that's important. This is a foodie stream in disguise. Not a good disguise, but still. I did some like Asian style like pork skewers. I think they call it what, mu ding or whatever. I didn't flavor it quite like Thai though. I did that last night. That was good. I'm gonna have to start doing that more. All right, so there's two errors in effect going right now, right? The first error is that we're getting a 401 instead of a 404, and we are seeing unauthorized for the message. We probably want to just do like not found for the message when we get a 404. That 401 is happening because business ID. We're like doing a search for a business. Get service account is not the part. Not get user. Get business by user. I think this just needs to be a 404. Because I don't necessarily... Where are we evaluating the token? Okay. Yeah. What we actually want to do... Where is get user coming from even? We define that up at the top. And it's a create get user. So that one would be a 401. Oh. That's the wrong thing. Let me go look at our middleware over here. No, not that one here. So we have get tables, we have create get user. No matter what, this one is a 401. If any part of this fails out, 401 makes sense to me. I don't think the service account thing makes any sense anymore. I think that might have been before we had the API key stuff worked out for businesses. Like when we allowed a login, so you can create like a service account, have it log in to get a fresh token, and then use that. I don't think the service account thing is a thing anymore. We'll leave that. I do my own code review. I don't know. This is very much like fast and loose. You know? It's startup code. We don't necessarily need that much code review. You all kind of help me review it while you're out there in chat anyway, though. I hope you know that. Like, you know, if you see something that is just awful, let me know. But some of it might be a little hard to track. So this part, I'm a little fuzzier on. And hold on, can you do nested try catch? You can. So we can simplify that part. What's up, Kyle? And is the like you were responding about the nested try catch thing? Or is it closer to like from Dumb and Dumber, like mock, yeah, ing, yeah, bird, yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe a little bit of both. There you go. So it was the latter. Mockingbird. There we go. All right, nailed it. Now we know. What, the most annoying sound in the world? Yeah. There you go. All right, so this part will definitely throw, and we get a 401. For this part, like all this other stuff, I actually want this to be a 404. Because I don't want you to be able to detect if a business exists. You might be able to do it with a timing attack. But you should get a 404 for a business you have access to versus a business that doesn't exist. So if we do that now, does our 404 actually work due to some of the stuff we're doing? So I got to use the restroom. Give me just 30 seconds max while this runs anyway, and I'll be right back. All right, so do we think it worked? You're saying that Punycode thing is an ESLint deprecation? Maybe. Yeah, how's it going, Evening Tap? All right, so that post request should actually be working. That's a bummer. The 404 we're good on, though. All right, so that 401, like all those 401s should actually work now. All right, if we go to the bottom, we see 17 passing. That 17 passing should go way up. Shit. What? Shit. No, I know what it is. Damn it. Right, we're going by API key, not user. Shit. Okay. Why it wasn't throwing a 404? Yeah, I mean, so 404, if we go back to middleware, We were throwing 401 for everything. We want it to be 404 now. What we actually, okay, so we need to redefine these, and they're going to have something else that they do. So HTTP request with business gets defined up here. And we do invalid token or API key. Interesting. So that one should actually be failing the way I expected it. So this part, that one actually stays unauthorized. That was a mistake there. See how the CTO is doing. Okay. I'm the CEO, CTO, and a really bad CFO all at the same time. I'm the CMO. I think I'm doing all right with the CMO. There's a lot of, like, you know, people aware of the product I'm building. And we're not even done with it yet. Hold on, what are some other, like, C something O roles? COO, Chief Operations Officer? Ooh, I'm blowing it. Dude, yeah. We don't even have any employees. What a shitty COO. Yeah, what a shitty COO. We don't even have any employees. And hey, what's up, Caden? Oh, 1 second. Yeah, good question. I almost added lit instead of Caden. No, good question though, Caden. Personally, I have not used lit on any of my projects. Actually, no, you're good. You can do links now. Try it, right? Do it. I'm okay with it. test it out, make sure I did it right. Nightbot said it worked, but yeah, feel free. Say lit.dev again. I dare you. No, it should work. You should be good. And damn, Caden, you've been following for ages, man. Since 2020? Pre-COVID? Damn. Or maybe it's like just as COVID started. Yeah, it was just as COVID started. So me personally, no, I've done a bunch with like web components in one way or another, right? Angular elements, like I've given talks about how to use an Angular element compiled web component inside of React before. That was a fun talk. Oh, damn, Caden. Way to step over the line just a little bit. Take it easy. But all right, you've been following long enough. You're not just some random spammer. Dr. Drap, you've been following since September 7th, 2020. Also early stage. Well, I meant try it out with the lit.dev again, okay? Nah, you're good. It's fine. It's fine. That is a long time. Yeah, for sure, Dr. Drap. I appreciate it. So me personally, no. I do not use lit. But I did write a blog post for Get Kraken Lit. We also made... Oh, someone even made a short from this? Oh, I didn't know she made a short. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, web components are lit with lit. So yeah, I made a YouTube video as well as a blog post about it, about how we use lit at GetKraken. Probably worth checking out. Yes, I use Super Maven. It's just auto-completion. Oh, and hold on. We were talking about Tommy Boy earlier. I'm wearing a Callahan Auto t-shirt in the video. I'm wearing a Callahan Auto t-shirt right there in that video. Damn, I've definitely put on some weight, huh? I definitely got a fatter head since then. It's just the beanie. It's the mustache. The mustache adds like 10 pounds. So yeah, this one needed to be a 401. I think technically up here in the get business by user. Yeah, some of this would be a little bit like timing attack vulnerable. Right here? No. Like on the app, yes. In what you're seeing, no. Right? We're doing back end stuff right now. Very little front end. Probably for the next like week or so. All right, so hold on. What was your other bit? You had a long message there. You're asking about Lit because you're using Cursor AI at the moment. Your project has finally gotten to the point where the AI is struggling to add new features and things are all over the place. So you're going to basically rewrite the entire thing. Before you do so, you want to figure out what frameworks you should use that would help you add new features quickly and eventually allow you to deploy to iOS and Android in a year or so. I mean, if iOS and Android are your goal, I would recommend React Native. Like not even just React, like React JS, but React Native specifically. Dan over on YouTube says, AI is coming for my job and my mustache. I might believe that if AI was capable of working on large projects. It isn't. So here's the big thing, Caden. You can actually do a web browser output from React Native. You can also do desktop apps with it. I would highly recommend looking into React Native if mobile is your goal. What benefit would being on the App Store give you? Like, people are more than capable of using a web application on their phone. There is more data you can extract and sell to people if they install it on a phone. So if selling user data is part of your business model, then yes, you want to be on the app stores. Like, what are you building? Most normies use apps. No, getting someone to install an app is like pulling teeth. Whereas if it's a website, you're good to go. I didn't get mad. You're talking about your fitness app? Okay. So I don't want to poo-poo the idea, but what makes the fitness app actually like VCable, right? What is going to be hyperscale about that? What is the business model, you know? How do you make money off of a fitness app? And how are you going to achieve like hyperscale with it? So don't worry about answering these questions, but that's what they're going to care more about than having a mobile app. Like, 1000%. Like, how do you make money? If it's a subscription fee, have you considered other fitness apps out there? Have you also considered that the majority of people who would maybe even install your app are probably going to only do it during the month of January after they make some New Year's resolution that they're not going to keep? Other than that, it's a niche product. And the profitability on a product like that, like, I don't know, seems to me like someone could make something for free that eats your lunch. You don't have to do your whole pitch here, but I don't know, man. A VC would care more about profitability than they would care about where you're launching to. You can add ads. A tool for fitness trainers. Okay. Like, if you think that's something a VC would pay for, I mean, it comes down to your pitch. I would say don't worry about mobile until you get VC funding. And once you have VC funding, well, then you can figure that part out. But yeah, don't build around what you think VC is going to ask you to build. I don't think having those things built is going to make you more attractive. I think the business case is the most important bit. Like, if you can get funded with just a mobile app, right? Like, you should be able to get funded with just a mobile app. At which point you have funding, and then you can build whatever you want. Sure. Yeah. If you see a business model for that, go for it. I'm not trying to shit on that. Like, you understand it more than I do. I just really, really think that's a tough market. That's a really tough market. Like, I would consider the idea, like, startup wise, between a tar pit and a blue ocean. Do you think fitness apps are a blue ocean or a tar pit? And be honest with yourself about it. So then consider, if it is a tar pit, what sets you apart from all the other dead businesses that probably tried to do the same thing? Yeah, I would say I don't think that's a VC fundable product. To me, that sounds like something you should bootstrap. Like, do you see that being... And this is where maybe mobile actually makes a lot more sense, because you don't even need a server if it's just a mobile app. But if you want it to be a server and you want... Like, again, I'm not saying this is a bad idea. I get that. No, I totally understand that. That makes sense, Kate. I would start talking to people that do work with VCs. I'd start pitching it to Y Combinator already, actually. You know? Like, you just missed the cutoff for Y Combinator, but... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not trying to shit on it. You did apply to YC a couple days ago. You mean like last week? Because they did the cutoff on like the 8th. So that was like over a week ago. Okay. Yeah, I'd say keep pitching it, but like listen to their feedback, because that's going to be important. I haven't even pitched anyone on my stuff, so I don't know. I'm building what I'm building here on stream for myself, actually. But let me get more music going. Like, I already just know that I want to build things that do what I'm trying to do. And I don't want to repeat myself while I do it. Yeah, I would simply say, like, see what they come back with. Because I don't know. Like, I'm not some expert. Shit, I have no idea. But it is, like, fun to chat about and think about. You know, it's still a good learning exercise. I would bet that you have other ideas too. So I would definitely not, like, put all your eggs in that one basket. Very similar to what I'm doing with Waltr. Like, I have other stuff I want to build. And I plan on using Waltr for those, which is nice, but, like, I got other stuff I want to build too. I would say you should have that same mentality. Other popular VC funding? So I get that. Like, your interest is important, but you should actually be, like, reaching out and talking to potential customers. Like, have you organized a meeting? Have you actually, like, organized a meeting with personal trainers or gyms? See if you're solving a problem they have. If you can get that on board, and that would actually make your pitch better too, right? Just simply because they're going to ask, have you talked to customers? Have you done any, like, user interviews? We all have PhDs in yapology. No, so Caden, you don't even need the app as part of the interview. What you do is you organize a chat or a call with these people about what they need, right? Without even saying, like, what you want to build, right? You figure out what their pain points are. Like, you should be doing that before you build anything, actually. Right? Like, figure out what they actually need, and then figure out how to solve it. Now, for myself, yeah, I'm building what I need, so I'm the only user I give a shit about for Waltr. If nobody ever uses it besides me, I'm okay with that, actually. Like, I'm actually totally okay with that. Just like my feature flag tool. If I'm the only person that ever uses it, I'm fine with that. It solves my problems. Once I've got these foundational things, I can build all sorts of shit. I just don't want to repeat myself when I do it. And hold on, Dan over on YouTube. Sorry, I took a while to respond. How do I like Mac OS for my work compared to Linux or Windows? I mean, it's fine. There are apps built for Mac that just don't work well on Linux and don't even exist for Windows. So yeah, I don't know. Like, the ecosystem is what I care about. I just don't want to fiddle with Linux. Linux is only free if your time is worthless. I'm sorry, that's how desktop Linux works. For a server, Linux is amazing. It's awesome. But desktop Linux is only free if your time is worthless. Right? And all that means is, if you're willing to put time into it, well, it's not free at that point. It's a cost you're willing to pay that isn't actually like a dollar amount. So that's the main thing, King Coffee. I'm okay with it. Like, use Linux if you want. I just don't want to put the time into fine-tuning a thing like that. I don't want to put the time into, like, learning NeoVim bindings or fiddling with my NeoVim config. These are things that I just fundamentally don't care about. And I value my time enough to recognize that the free things that you have to spend a lot of time configuring aren't that free. So again, Linux is great. I totally agree. But it's not free if you have to spend time debugging things or figuring out driver issues or configuring a bunch of stuff that really just doesn't matter that much. No, I get it again, Coffee. What I'm telling you is it's a fine tool. It's fine. Use it how you want. But it isn't free unless you consider your time worthless, because it costs you time to set up. And that's fine, right? If you enjoy doing that, that's fun. That's fine. That is totally fine. Because joy is actually you making back some of that time investment, right? Like, time you enjoyed is not time wasted. I personally just don't enjoy configuring stuff like Linux. And I say this specifically because I've done a Hackintosh in the past. Fuck, that sucked. That's probably like the worst version of like a Linux experience, right? Like a Hackintosh and dealing with the driver issues from that. But I learned really quick, really easily that I just don't like wasting my time on that shit. If you do enjoy wasting your time on that stuff, it's not wasted. So it's not even wasting time. So Hef, you daily drive Debian because you program daily? Sure. Yep, same. You prefer the dev experience on Linux? What is difference between the dev experience on Linux versus the dev experience on Mac OS? To me, those things feel like tomato. I mean, again, what is the actual developer experience between those things? I don't think that changes anything for me. I don't care if it's a file or not. I don't give a shit. And technically, Mac OS being a BSD is very similar, isn't it? There may be differences. To a developer just trying to like build stuff, I don't think that matters. More packages for Linux? Ooh, I don't know. I'd push back on that for sure. I don't know about that one. That's like a really heavy like emphasis on probably there. Like, probably is doing a lot of work in that statement. Like, packages I actually need? As a dev, doing the kind of stuff I do? For someone doing C and C++, or, you know, maybe? C Sharp? I don't know, man. I would bet money that C Sharp actually sucks way more on Linux than it does on Mac OS. But I don't know. So again, in my statement, the bet is doing a lot of work. And yeah, MSEC, I get it. We're not trying to shit on Windows. You can do good stuff on Windows, but that requires more effort as well. Again, you got to put value on your time. Do you enjoy configuring Windows to make it a good dev environment? Probably not. Just like I don't enjoy making Linux a good dev environment or like a good desktop. Let me put it that way. Debian has a little over 67,000 packages. Okay. Oh, God. All right, hold on. One second. Let's do this. Copy selector, console. Okay, so only 7,400 on Mac for Homebrew. I'll simply point out it's pretty rare that I find a package that I need that isn't on a Mac. And then if I do need it, well, could I just set up a VM or a Docker container and then problem solved? So yes, again, it comes down to how much is my time worth to spin up a Docker container for the things that don't exist on a Mac. That amount of time is pretty low. And it's a bridge I'd like to cross when I actually get there. So X Factor. No, you're talking about, well, these are formula. You're right. A cask is like a thing that you like tap, I guess. And those I think are like ad hoc and are probably not counted. Oh, browse all casks. Oh, hold on. No, you're right. There was one. Let's do this over somewhere else real quick. Yeah, so hold on. If we do it in Firefox, new window, we throw it over here. It's also 7,300. So add them together and you're only at 14K. So still not as many packages as Linux would have. I just don't know if that matters to me. It only matters if I go looking for something that I can't find. At which point I can always spin up a Docker container. So I don't know. And yeah, hold on. Someone said, we need a CM Griffin podcast. Isn't that kind of what my stream is? Actually? But if you are curious about a podcast that I've been trying to do and launch, there is one I've been doing with Get Kraken. Software is a team sport. This is where I chat with, random people. Right? Not random. It's about working on teams and all that stuff. We look at the list. We can see I have currently interviewed Corbin Crutchley, or Crutchcorn, Robin Hines from Infinite Red, and Shashi Lowe, who works at Microsoft and runs Gridiron Guardians. I also did the private screening for a chat with Tech Savvy Travi, or Travis Wagner. That happened just earlier today. I realized that I didn't send out the email to our user base to get people involved, which is a bummer. I fucked that one up, but we still got 6 people to show up. Or, sorry, 1 person showed up, 6 people registered from just me tweeting about it, which is a very, very much smaller group. But hopefully, yeah, we get more like views and people watching when we finally release. But yeah, we got 3 episodes so far. We got a 4th releasing in 2 weeks, and we'll do at least 2 more episodes. I want to do 6 because I feel like 6 is a good round number for a series of things because I watch enough British TV and it feels like it. But ideally, we'd just keep this going. Fuck it, why not? So yeah, check out the podcast. Let me know what you think. Watch it when you get some free time. It's just me chatting about working on teams and then random other stuff too. I do think I wouldn't mind doing like another podcast of some kind for my personal stuff. Sounds like a lot of work though. And what would I even make it? Like, is there a Y Combinator podcast actually? Like focused on projects spun out of Y Combinator? That could be a fun one. Yeah, I don't think I want to wake up at 8:30 a.m. for this meeting tomorrow. Like, dude, just 8:30 a.m. fucking sucks, man. It's crazy how like, I can wake up for something at 9, 8:30. Like a half hour just matters that much. That's actually kind of crazy, isn't it? But it does. But anyway, yeah. Ranting done? What we're evaluating is this get business by user method. And now that's going to fail out. Right? This part I'm okay with. We do a 401, call it good. That one should be a 401. How many games run on Linux? Ooh, yeah. I haven't even considered like gaming on Linux. I don't game on Mac, so that's not a problem. Oh, and I think Robotic had someone else mentioned Proton just a little bit earlier as well. Like just 2 messages above what you're saying. So you might have been lurking and listening without seeing what they said, but maybe scroll up a bit just to be sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, this is actually maybe an issue. Yeah, I don't like some of the way we're doing our middleware here because it does imply, or like it does require like implied logic in some way. Right? Like the way we're checking for a business. Like we should have been able to get the business by the user or the API key. To do this check right, we end up doing a different thing. And I think because both of these are doing a catch, we're not even going to see that error. Oh, wrong button. All right, so then here, if rec.headers xAPI key, we want to do that catch. So if we have a user error and we're not doing the API key thing, think I'm okay with that. All right, so then this is the user not being fetchable by the token because it didn't get decoded or we couldn't fetch the user. That is an unauthorized. And then for all of this, that becomes a 404. But then up here in the get by API key, okay. So then here, what we want to do, and yeah, some of this like middleware is a bit, I'm just gonna come out and say it, it's a bit spaghetti-like. I'm sure there's some way we can do that better. I'm not sure of the fix yet. That is a 401 unauthorized, though. So we bail out there. This becomes, yeah, the difference between these becomes a bit of a timing attack. But instead of that, yeah, no. Then this becomes chill. Because we're catching it, and we do rec dot invalid token or API key is equal to true. And then we do the fetches, and then we get to there, and then we bail out. So we fixed that timing attack at least. I think. The try catch is necessary still because some of this stuff could throw. I think we're catching everything that would throw, but it's kind of worth it. But I do like making sure that we do this just anyway. And then this is just redirecting us to there. Okay. We got the 401. 204. Damn it. 404 failed on us, though. Damn it. No, those are fine there, Hef. This is all local. Like, even our signing key is going to be different between the environments, so that doesn't matter. This is all local. We did not just pull the Primogen. So we do still have something that we expected to 404 come back as a 401. Anything with a colon is expected to be filled in with an actual value. So these are like path parameters. So business ID would be replaced with an actual business ID. It literally is a variable. Like the way we access it. Trying to think of a good place to show it. But yeah, it's a pretty common like web convention to do the colon thing. There's like other ways to denote a path parameter as well. But you'll find that in API frameworks. You'll find it in front-end frameworks as well. I actually forget some of the other path parameter like delimiters. I don't remember what they are even. Rust will do it. I don't know, Flask. Oh, you've seen brackets. Oh, interesting. What framework have you seen brackets in? Oh, okay. So here's one. Yeah, it looks like Flask does the arrow brackets. Okay, good call. Tomato, tomato. Yeah, about the same. Cloudflare workers use the brackets? Interesting. Okay. Makes sense to me. Curious what Django does. The new pages plus workers thing? I don't even know what that is. Wow, Django's docs kind of suck, don't they? Oh, is Django REST framework not Django? Are they not the same thing? Oh, they're not the same thing? Oh. Well, that would make sense. They are different. Okay. My bad. So yeah, Rondolph Richards over on YouTube said it, and also thank you, Fussbeck. Oh, no. That makes sense. That makes sense. So Django is like the core framework. Django REST framework is just for building REST APIs. Whereas Django is all about like building, monolithic APIs or applications, I guess. That makes sense. Okay. think my complaint about their docs still holds, though. I think my statement still works. There's got to be some better doc. Oh, this is the documentation contents. Yeah, no, so yeah. I think I'm sticking with my original statement. Oh god. Yeah, no, I hate these docs. Dude, these docs suck. All right, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I give up. I give up. Probably should have asked like an LLM or something. I don't care that much. Excuse me. All right, so this album's still good for a bit. All right, so we got to consider why we're getting a 401 for the 404. Cannot destructure property user ID of rec.user. Error getting business by user. Oh, so the order in which those are firing is actually off. Shit. Mm. Okay, hold on. We go back up to the top. We see 200, 400, 401, and then 200, 401, 204, 401, 404. All right, so query condition missed key schema element. That was that get 200 request. We expected at least one of those. This is a good album. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Gunslinger? What am I making? I mean, from the top level, here's a command that explains it a little bit. There you go. Okay, so hold on. We got to change up our auth. We add it to headers. The header is X API key. Oh, so that actually gets us a 404. Shit. So that right there. So here we're expecting a 404, but not a 401. So the 404 response there. So yeah, 404 4 delete. We'll just call that good. So then if we go and do this, we can okay. Oh, what the fuck? We don't want to be passing not found for the business. Oh shit. Ah, right. Ah, fuck. All right. Okay, hold on. Okay, so delete 404 still fails. And what's up, Jarrell? How you doing? Oh shit, so we expect a 404, but we're not getting a body back. Oh, all right. Yes, all of these 404s, we just need like a not found message. All right, so the big thing is, and why this is like such an issue, is that we don't want to leak information about what exists and what doesn't exist to people. If they have a bad token or an API key, well, yeah, that's a 401. Anything else, like trying to fetch either a non existent business or a business that they just don't have access to, those should just be a 404. So there are going to be very few use cases where we want to actually spit out like a 403. 403 is only if they lack the permissions that they need. So then we see delete 404 totally works. Okay. That's good. All right. Let me think about this. Let me go use the restroom and pour some more water. We'll think about how much longer I want to stream tonight. I want to play some games. I also have some like writing to do tomorrow before a meeting, but that's not a big deal. Okay, and yeah, I think, yep, we still got some time. I'm gonna do some chicken pot pies tonight, so we gotta wait for the oven to heat up no matter what anyway, and then I can just throw those pies in and, we'll maybe end stream by the time they're, like, done. Which means we got, like, an hour. At least an hour left. But okay, so we got that 404 done, and that should solve a bunch of the other 404s, which means if we look at the numbers, we're at 27 tests passing of 37 total. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, these are the Marie Callender chicken pot pies. So they got like giant chunks of chicken in them. Like they're solid. There's so much, like they taste just as good as the banquet ones, but they got like just better chunks of chicken. The banquet ones are nice because they're cheap. At some point in the future, I might cook the banquet ones and some of the Marie Callender's together and then mash them up just for like cost effectiveness. But Costco actually sells the Marie Callender's in like a smaller size. I'm not talking about the giant ones. I'm talking like the small ones. Costco sells the banquet sized ones for a decent enough price that it's a great deal. That was the end of that album, though. There's a single song on this album, but man, it's a really good one. I'm going to crank it up for y'all just a little bit. It's just so good. Just wait till like the melody kicks in. Let me grab the link for YouTube. There you go, YouTube. Blind taste testing the pot pies? It's an option. It'd be actually pretty easy to spot just because, like, if you bite into a chunk with a good chunk of chicken, you can already tell, like, the difference. Just because, yeah, the banquet ones are, like, tiny chunks of chicken. The Marie Callender's are big. Right, so 27 of these passing. What is the next failure? So yeah, the get all of transactions we can skip for now. Wait, we actually have an endpoint for getting a single transaction? Yeah, we should do that then. That one's easy enough. We just need to create a pre-hook that creates it so we can fetch it. And yeah, deleting the transaction. What's up, Laughing Panda? How you doing? For the get, we want to do the same thing. All right, so we go over here to hooks. I'm doing well. Yeah, we are. Oh, hold on. Let me get more music going. We are building out what is known as Dread.js API testing. So we have all these like hooks that we have to deal with to make sure we're like fetching the right stuff and doing all of that jazz. And yeah, we've gotten 27 of the 37 public API endpoints working. I think there might actually be more. For those ones, I think we're good. For the private API, we'll have some other stuff we got to do. The main reason I'm even going to do like the private API testing, because it's not going to go into our SDKs that a user would use, but we're treating this API testing as basically integration tests as well. So if people are wondering why I care so much about these tests passing, this is the integration test suite for our entire API at this point. As we change things, as we modify things, our documentation needs to work, and it needs to match what we say it does. And that means that internally, if I get VC funding or something, and I end up hiring another dev, they're going to need to discover something about this API. Like, you know, what are the endpoints? What do they expect? Blah, blah, blah. I'd love to build out something using like React query that maybe is like more strongly typed. We're just not there yet. And as long as I'm verifying all my assumptions and all these endpoints say what I think they're supposed to say and all that stuff, and I can reproduce the exact errors and everything for all those endpoints, there's a lot of like confidence I have in this API I'm releasing for my dashboard as well as for users of my SDKs, because the SDKs are going to get auto-generated using OpenAPI Generator. So you can't trust OpenAPI Generator if you can't trust your OpenAPI spec. Do I do any kind of SEO for my projects? I make blog posts that target things that I would care about. We don't have it for this project, but I have built something for Vexilla. For the most part, I don't believe in like SEO hacks. Any SEO hacks you might be inclined to do is a real quick way to have Google hate you and basically remove you from the internet. There are entire businesses that were killed 10-ish years ago because they were hacking like SEO, and Google changed up the algorithm and basically deleted all references via search. Like total business dead, completely done for, gone. Because it depended on SEO, and Google said, well, no, we're just not going to show you in results anymore. So, dead business. Not a thing you can actually do, right? Do not try and exploit Google and their SEO algorithm, because they can change it at any time and then probably kill your business. So instead, SEO is about making good content and using keywords that you actually want to target. That is SEO these days. So it's about making good content. There are 0 hacks you can do for SEO that are worth doing. And I know that's not exactly what you were asking, but man, it's so crazy to me how often someone asks about SEO and then they think, well, yeah, can't you just like trick Google? I know you weren't going to say that, or I'm assuming you weren't going to say that, but man, there are so many people that think there's like a quick and easy way of getting to the top ranking in Google, right? Like getting to the front page, getting above all your competitors. No, the way you do that is making a product that people are actually looking for so they click you more than your competitors. That's a big part of it. Making an application that performs better, sure. Google does use page speed scores for that stuff a bit. Having more relevant blog post content that ranks higher for certain things, sure. But it's all about like your product and what you make, not exploiting things. So this is very much not unit testing. This is integration testing. Unit testing is testing a specific unit of your code, right? Like a single function, as an example. I am testing an endpoint, which is more than a unit, right? You could say it's a unit, but it's not a unit because a unit is like the smallest possible thing that you could test. Anything larger than that, and that's an integration test. For this, I'm testing an API endpoint and a request made to it. And yeah, that is absolutely an integration test. You could even consider this an end-to-end test if the API was something I was releasing on its own. But an end-to-end test for my application would be a dashboard, like, browser test. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good call. I don't even think I thought about that. That's a good point, Jarrell. That's kind of funny. So yeah, I would consider jest actually like a unit test because the unit is the component that you're rendering. With PHP, just remember you're testing the unit, not the endpoint in Laravel. So, yep. Yeah, fun stuff. Just understanding the difference between the types of testing is important. If you can explain the difference between the types of testing in an interview, that would be really nice. That puts you way above the average junior because the average junior doesn't do any testing. So Jarrell, you might have actually. Are you testing a function that's made up of other functions that you would consider a unit? Well, then, yeah, that higher level function is actually like testing that is an integration test. Integration test is a very fuzzy term. All it's doing is testing the relation between units, right? So a unit test you can test the edge cases for in a very simple way. But what about gluing together a bunch of units that are like smaller functions and making sure they give you the same thing you're expecting in like a larger way? So I don't know. I would say integration tests are probably the most common kind of test. Yes, an integration test is the test that ties units together. Yep. Not always between them, but sometimes wrapping them. So it could be like your integration test is testing a function that has unit, 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 right? A unit of units, yeah, that's not a unit anymore. It's an integration test, right? You're integrating those units together. Oh, it's fine, Jarrell. Yeah. I mean, this is my understanding of it. I could be wrong. There are people that might disagree because some of this stuff is fuzzy. It's not as like rigid as you would expect it. This is my at least internal definition of it and what I think most other people think when they think of an integration test. If you're doing a post request, that is fundamentally an integration test, right? Yeah. And if you adopt them, you can at least explain them to other people. So there you go. Oh, and I think I've missed a bunch of follows recently. So hold on. Jess Geeks was like an hour ago. Fuzzspec. Thank you. Grimace. Hey, nice, Grimace. What's the Hamburglar up to? And then Gabbog. Welcome. How y'all doing? Yeah, no worries there, Jerome. And 1 second. So when you build an endpoint with values in a post request, you expect an int to be an int. If not, throw an error. That's without unit testing, typecasting in PHP. Whoa. If you're testing an endpoint is typically not a unit. So that would be an integration test. Or if your API is the thing you're delivering and you're not concerned with the front end, then it could be an end-to-end test. The difference between those is really the end that you are delivering as your product. If your product is just the API on your team or whatever, then your endpoint testing is your end-to-end test. I think a big difference between that might be like with an integration test, you might be mocking the database, which is something you probably shouldn't do. Whereas like an end-to-end test for the API would be like an actual database, but maybe it's like spun up with fixtures per test. I don't know. Yeah, that one's fuzzier. And I'm not sure anyone else would actually subscribe to my definition of doing an endpoint test, calling that an end-to-end test. That might be something that only I define that way. But like the idea is that the end is your consumer. Yeah, Jarrell, right? Yes, I would consider what I'm doing with Dread to be that test. There are many cases where you wouldn't even use Dread and you just write some function that just makes a request. With auth and without? Yeah. So, like, if you look at the responses I'm getting, I'm testing for a 401, a 400, a 200 should work as expected. So that's a failure. But yeah, given the right condition, do you get a 401? Given the right condition, do you get a 404? And that's where Dread has these hooks where I'm modifying that request as we do it. That's where you probably get closer to like a proper API end-to-end test. With Dread, I'm only validating that the response matches the shape that I care about, not necessarily the values that I care about. So as an example, I'm not writing anything that dictates exactly the message I see. Right? The shape meaning like the schema. So if it says this response is going to come back with this property is a string, as long as that property is any string, Dread is like A-okay, you know? If you need something to be exact, I believe there's some way that you can like override that for Dread, but you might be mixing up use cases at that point. So that is literally what Dread does. Dread does just a type check of the value. It doesn't check the value itself. So if it expects a string, it'll double check it's a string, but it's not going to talk about the value at all. Same thing with numbers, same thing with any of it, even Boolean. Caden. Zed's dead, but yeah, I get it. But you're also right, Dread is deprecated. So unless you want to do a bunch of work around it, then you got an issue. Patch is supported in every major browser that I care about. Yeah, developers can set that method with fetch. And I don't think there's a single browser that supports fetch that wouldn't support patch. That's fine light speed, but you don't get the same validation, right? Like get is idempotent, post is fundamentally not idempotent, patch is also not idempotent, but put absolutely is idempotent. So the main gist is, given the same request, is the result always the same? And because patch could modify something in a way that maybe is allowed to modify something that's not mentioned in the URI or URL or whatever, right? Basically, based on the spec, it's not safe, which then means it's not idempotent. But also something else could do a patch at the same time you're doing a patch. And the order of those things could mean that you're not getting the same exact result you would expect. Whereas a put will always set the entire object. So put is idempotent. If you just stick with those two things, consumers of your APIs have less knowledge about what certain things do. Yeah, I'm less aware of like the issues that might happen here. But yeah, as far as I know, there's no major like case where patch would not be doable. Like I don't know of a single language that has an HTTP request library that isn't able to just set the patch method value. Because it's just a string. It's just a string you're setting on what is essentially like a header, right? Because HTTP is very simple and it's just a collection of headers. Technically, body is a header, right? Maybe not. Maybe body isn't technically a header. Body is not technically a header. But when you think about how an HTTP request is actually composed, tomato, tomato. Like it's part of the HTTP request. Just like the method is. And all of that is just a collection of strings, you know? I would be really, really surprised to find an HTTP request library that doesn't support patch. That would be fucking weird. So much so that I would just call that an implementation detail. And I would stop using that library. If a user ever complains that they can't support patch, I don't know if I want them as a customer. You know, like shit. Oh, damn. So hold on. This right here, I just saw it randomly out of the corner of my eye. Relevant to what we were talking about earlier about frameworks and some of that stuff and RSCs and that bullshit. It kind of seems like the React team's aversion to Vite stems from Vite not necessarily like knowing or caring about RSCs. And Evan Yu has said that Vue doesn't give a shit about RSCs, which makes a lot of sense to me. However, he is pointing out that the Vite team and Void Zero is 100% open to establishing an official collaborative relationship with the React team to figure out the ideal alignment of Vite and RSCs. Right? And the comment after, right? That one's good. From a conflict of interest standpoint, as the author of Vue, I have decided that RSC is not the direction that Vue wants to go. This does not prevent me from making sure Vite, as a framework agnostic tool, better supports a defining feature of React, which is still the most widely used framework in existence, right? So then, boom, someone from React says that he is egregiously wrong. I apologize if this is not what the React team is thinking, but it's my honest guess because I am just puzzled as many React users. Yeah, his formatting is weird. By what took it so long for Vite to be better acknowledged as a recommended tool? Still open to the proposed collaboration, which I believe will benefit both ecosystems, which has a large overlap. And then, yeah, there's just some bad comments. I wish I could downvote shit. But then Ken Wheeler's comment. Imagine pushing RSC and calling someone egregiously wrong. So me and Ken Wheeler may not agree on everything, but we agree on enough. We agree on enough. Some of the stuff we disagree about, I would never actually want to chat with him about. Because I so disagree with him about it. Yeah, RSC is React Server Components. Yeah. I don't ever want to talk politics with Ken Wheeler because we disagree so fundamentally. But I'd happily smoke some weed with him or have a couple drinks or whatever, you know. He's fun to hang out with as long as we don't talk politics. But real quick, let me go throw these pot pies in the oven. And then once they're in the oven, we got 50 minutes left to hack some more stuff out, to chat, to hang out, and do our thing. BRB. All right, and I'm back. Off to lurk and bed. Yeah, no worries, Jarrell. Have a good night. Yeah, if it's about 11 p.m. So it's about 11 p.m. in the Caribbean where Jerome is. Got it. Yeah, Jarrell, I'm not sure where you're at. 26 degrees at night? Do you mean 26 like Celsius? Oh, hold on. Other way. 78? Fuck that. Hell no. No. Fuck that. 78 at night? Ugh. Fuck that. I will never go there. Ever. Ever? Ever. Ever, ever. That's my nightmare, dude. I wouldn't be able to sleep. No, thank you. I want mid 60s max as far as Fahrenheit goes. Give me 18 degrees Celsius. No, I'm good. No, thank you. Nope. Nope. If I could just live somewhere where it's like 65 degrees in the city all the time and always like snowing temperature up in the mountains, that'd be the best. Oh, that'd be the best. All right, so 55 minutes from now, though, that's when my pot pies are ready. Oh, 49's not bad. It's all right. Actually, hold on. This is important. I think this map's... Yeah, this map's totally wrong. It's like there. What elevation is this at? 2,000 feet? I think that's as good as we're going to get. All right, so looking at it, 1 to 2 inches, 1 to 3 inches, 2 to 4 inches. Thursday could be good. What do I have for meetings on Thursday? Nothing. Wait, I don't have a single meeting on Thursday? I just have the meetup that night? Okay. It's not like the epic POW day I would be hoping for, but I just need to get up there. All right, so back to what we're doing. If we look at some of this stuff, right? This endpoint we will wait on. This endpoint, getting a transaction by a specific transaction ID. All right, so we commented all of that out. Let me see what happens when we comment that out. So if we go to the bottom here, we got 27 passing. If I comment that, does that change our total passing number? Nope. All right, so I'm just going to delete all of these tests because they're just not relevant for what we're doing. And then that frees us up to make this happen from top to bottom. All right, so let's do it one more time so we can get a good list of the failing requests. All right, so that get is the issue. Oh, and we added that one just for debugging. We could actually just appropriate that whole hook. Why not? So we should see that become 28. And yeah, like almost all of these tests are going to be a little slow going. Like, it's like a one by one process. We could hammer out a bunch if we wanted, but I don't know if that's the move. All right, so hold on. We failed this get for that transaction ID. Okay, so we try to fetch the transaction ID, and we get a 404, but it's a 404 application JSON, which means the endpoint does exist. Interesting. So what is... What is the value we're getting there? We should see it in the list of things. Like when we get to it. Oh, hold up. Nope. That means we're not hitting the right endpoint. And why are we not getting this endpoint? Oh, wait, hold on. So, error here in before. Oh. Wait. Wait. Shit. No, it should be stash. Right? Main business ID, account ID, balance ID. And what's up, Krasner? Mr. Sir, how you doing? Late night solver work, so you're chilling? Okay. What do you mean by solver? Yeah, I'm curious about that. Request failed with status code 401. That should be a valid API key. Okay, so a solver tracks the state of data, in your case, liquidity pools, so that when someone requests a transaction, you can route it through pools protocols that have liquidity and fees that will give the best price outcome without users needing to do that discovery. I mean, if you're swimming in a pool, you're going to have liquidity. That's just science. Sorry, yeah, that was a bad joke. It's kind of what I'm good at. Right? Comedians should pay me to go up on stage ahead of time to be a bad comedian so that the next comedian is miles better by comparison. That's just science. In concept, it's kind of like if bank accounts just gave you the best savings rate available in the broader market. Yeah, dude, my savings account fucks me daily. Dude. There are so many better places I should be keeping my money, but BECU has been good to me. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. No one wants like the opening band at a concert to upstage the headliner, right? That would be weird. That said, when I went and saw Korn at one point, they had Rob Zombie open for them. Yeah, Rob Zombie upstaged Korn for sure. Dude, the live version of Devilman was so fucking good. The live version of Devilman was fucking amazing, man. Woo! Yeah, Korn blew it. It was like the Follow the Leader tour. Arguably the moment that Korn fell off, right? Oh, wait, hold on. Is that not it? There you go. Yeah, that kid agrees. That kid fucking agrees. Follow the Leader is when Korn stopped being cool. They made it onto like TRL and shit. Ugh. Ugh. Might as well have been NSYNC or some shit, you know? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that shit-eating grin could be. That could also be a... Yeah, I just farted. You know? It could be all sorts of stuff. No, I didn't do my homework today. Same thing. Same thing. Did I just ace the pop quiz, not even knowing we were going to have a quiz? Like, they even told us the pop quiz was going to happen, but I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, for sure. Kind of awesome that, like, your smile lives with you forever. Like, I can just do that, and it's the same fucking face. Arguably, I'm just as chubby as I was back then. I was a chubby kid. I got thin as a snowboarder in my 20s, and then I got chubby again. Boom. Nailed it. I'm now just Benjamin Buttoning. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say I've grown up. I just got older. Hence the fart joke earlier, right? Yeah. The face remains the same. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally get it. I'm 40, but I still feel like I'm in my mid 20s with the sense of humor of like a 12-year-old. I'm okay with it. Could be worse. A little bit. Yeah. I think there's a lot of stuff that keeps me young until I take the beanie off. The beanies keep me young. Ish. All right, so let's look at some of these logs. Like the URL we're getting is actually accurate. How the fuck is stash.api key no good? Oh, wait. What the fuck? Oh, god damn it. There's no way this could possibly be a get. Well, no, it could be. No, no, that's right. Like, that should be resolving. Ah, shit. Yeah, so here's the tough part. We bail out there, and this should be the only error that we care about. Error getting business by user, balance in get balance undefined. Oh. So wait, it's the balance ID that's no good? Wait. Did we delete the balance at this point? We didn't. So why the hell is that balance not there? It's because we deleted the balance previously. Like, that balance just doesn't exist. That's totally it. Dude, that's totally it. Right? The CWB. Is that actually the balance we got? It is. What the fuck? So wait, the balance is actually there. Shit. Dude, I thought that was our bug. I thought I was onto something. Man, this chicken pot pie is smelling really good. So balance in balance being undefined is our total issue there. The rec.user is fine. Oh, wait. Wait, what the how was that a 500? No, I get it. So hold on. Oh, shit. No. Okay, so hold up. We do a post to that endpoint. Dude. That was our problem. Yeah, so Krasner, the issue was I was passing headers as our payload, which means the token wasn't making it in, so that was the 401. Dude, that's so annoying. Meanwhile, if we look at it, did it blend? We do the get. The get worked. The get. No, hold on. That was that one. We see the get here totally fucking worked. Oh my god. Yeah, if headers didn't belong there, I'd have a type error. No, because it's part of the payload, and the payload can be anything you fucking want. Dude, yeah. Oh my god. We at least fixed it. But holy shit balls, dude. God damn it. All right, so yeah, we get more music going. It happens. No big deal. You know what's crazy? Okay, so you guys okay with a little bit of some heavier stuff? I want to hear how heavy this song actually is, because 13-year-old me, is it a good song? I haven't listened to it in ages. So, let's give it a shot. Oh, and it's called Supercharger Heaven. That's not even the name of the song. Okay, that makes sense. I just got to hear if this is actually a good song. Like, I don't know. It was great in concert. We'll give it a shot. I don't want to do too much like heavy shit like this. I love how this is barely even heavy at this point. This is basically garage rock at this point, right? Shit. What do you even got to do to be heavy? Wow, this garage rock band is really good. I have no idea what he's saying. I'm convinced he's not even saying real words. Like, they're bleeping his swear words, but you can't understand them anyway. Huh. All right, yeah, I'm over it already. Like, nah, I'm good. Thank you, though. We're late enough. We can put on any music we want, really. Do we put the lime in the coconut? And shit, yeah, the music might have been loud. I forgot I cranked it up for the other song. It wasn't that loud? Okay. Doctor. Fucking bug. All right, let me go check on the pot pies just to make sure. I don't want to burn them. So yeah, we're at somewhere between 13 and 15 minutes for these pot pies. It'll be fine. This is a fantastic song, though, dude. Harry Nilsson. What other songs did this guy do? Is this really like the only song he's known for? Anyone else know like some of his like best songs? I'm not gonna play all of them. Yeah, we'll see. Whatever. We got more code to do. All right, we do need to do a patch request. Update account balance transaction. All right, hold on. There's got to be another good. Well, all right. No, this one's good. Whatever. Not even close to the same vibe, but this is a good song, so fuck it. I'm okay with it. I'm going to paste this one for YouTube chat just in case. I know there's only 2 of y'all out there, but it's a good song. It's a solid song. It's a little poppy. I'm okay with it. All right, so we clean this one up a little bit. So, does that fix this patch endpoint? All right, so we are currently at 28 passing tests. Let's do a quick one of those. I feel like that patch worked. Oh, no, hold on. We got a 2 hundo from that patch. I'm so curious about what about that patch failed. Oh, we got a 4 hundo. Sad panda. Right. Oh, yeah. No. This one's like a combo of the one we did earlier. So before each, those go away. This one, before 2 hundo create. Yeah, we got to do this bit inside of our patch as well. But we'll do it with like just the note changing. All right, so then, yeah, the 28 should be 29 right after this one. It's a little weird to play Beirut after that song. We could play some Half Alive. We can play some more Sir Sly. I don't know. Beirut's just not the same vibe. I kind of like that vibe. Ooh, here we go. Hi. And hey, we get to 29. It was 28 a second ago, right? Yep. All right, so we got another test passing, right? We just make more tests pass. No big deal. Yeah, this stuff's a bit like poppy. I don't know. They skirt the line between poppy and indie in a really good way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go, Hadlow. I feel like their like newest stuff is like way too poppy. Right? This is like some of their older stuff, like 4 or 5 years ago. I feel like I listened to something that was from like a couple years ago, and it's just, I don't know. I'm not a fan. No, they got some good stuff. Like, they're actually like, yeah, they're fun. They got like 3 songs that I consider really good. But then, yeah, they got some like newer stuff that's, I don't know. I'm going to have to give it another shot. We'll see. The one we just heard called Material Boy, you might have just got here, so you missed it. And then the other one is like And Run. To me, they seem like a band that made it in LA. LA. Right? So it's like really easy to like push them. Like you don't even have to be that talented as a band in LA, in my opinion. Especially if you got probably got like rich Hollywood parents or something, you know? Oh, they got another one that's good too. We'll play that one. Welcome to the Pressure. This one's good too. So they got 4 that I like. There might be a 5th. This one's not as good as the other 3, but it's not as bad as like their worst stuff. You're somewhat like near Washington. As far as local artists go, like Seattle kind of sucks right now. I'd say the Portland scene is really good. When you say Vancouver, do you mean Vancouver, Canada, or Washington? I'd say the Seattle scene is kind of meh. I don't go see and watch enough local artists here in Seattle, so I don't have the best opinion. But yeah, like the Portland, Oregon scene is fucking awesome. Like, dude, super good. Canada? Okay. Yeah. No, what you should actually be considering is just heading over the border real quick and heading to Bellingham. Bellingham is actually where you'll find a bunch of like indie artists. Like as an example, dude, Death Cab for Cutie got their start in Bellingham. Like Bellingham is actually where there's still like a kind of a cool college like indie scene. I don't know any good bands or anything, but I would say like, yeah, check out Bellingham. It's like it's close enough. It's a couple hours away. It's like an hour and a half maybe from Vancouver. That could be worth checking out. That said, I don't know. I don't know of any specific bands or anything. But yeah, Death Cab got their start in Bellingham. Absolutely. They're a college band. 20 years ago, Seattle was like a legit scene. Like, Modest Mouse got their start. They're from fucking Issaquah. Like, Seattle used to have a pretty cool indie scene. I don't know. I don't know of any good indie artists, and I don't know how to discover them. I don't know where they play. I don't know any venue that caters to that kind of artist. Whereas like Portland, you can just be walking around Portland and find a venue that just has like a legit, like, you know, not necessarily up and coming, but a band that's trying. Like, holy shit. I was in Portland. Let me see if I can find the photo. You're not going to see it very well, so it's a bad like example. Oh, my pot pies are almost done. I was in Portland last summer, and yes, I had the whiskey in me, but I was walking from downtown Portland, right, like the west side of the river, over to the east side of the river, just to hang out and chill. Oh, damn, it's way back there. Oh, and then, I don't know, like, this band actually kind of sucked. It seemed like, yeah, little fucking rich kid got his mommy and daddy to buy him bandmates, and then he did some weird, like, I don't know, like, very poppy bullshit. But the band that opened for them was actually, like, I don't know, entertaining. All right, so hold on. Let's look at our tests. We got more tests to make pass. We made almost all of the ones above this pass. This one is going to require some other testing and some other stuff. These tests might be actually kind of easy. These tests might actually be kind of easy. But I hear my oven beeping at me, so we should go raid someone. I don't want to burn these pot pies because they're the only ones I got. And I do kind of want to hop over to some gaming. Tomorrow is Wednesday, which is a day off for me. And I got, a bunch of meetings, so I couldn't even, like, swap tomorrow for Thursday. Man, if I didn't have these meetings tomorrow, yeah. Jianhua, your parents to buy you a Formula One team? I mean, tomato, tomato. It's still just blatant nepotism, like rich kid shit. I don't know. That band I saw that I showed the photo, like, ugh. I left halfway through their set because I didn't give a shit. Like, one of their songs was a cover already. Like, I forget the band. It was some like emo band from like the early 2000s. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Nah, they were bad. That was a terrible band. I left halfway through their set. I walked into like the opening band. The opening band was cool. Was chill. But again, like it's one of those things where I'm just like randomly walking by, heading towards another part of of town, maybe with a bunch of whiskey in me, and shit, I hear right there at the venue that I'm passing, like, oh, you know what? This is kind of cool. Hey, can I head in? Well, yeah, there's a cover. I actually happen to have a $20 bill that I was going to use at the strip club, but fuck it. Here you go. Boom. I'm in. But yeah, who's streaming right now? Wait, is Prime going right now? Why is Prime going so late? Oh, he's like AFK and just letting like Twitch chat controls Devin just go? Oh. So he's not actually there. Yeah, I'm good on that. If he was actually streaming, maybe. Nah, I'm not a fan of the AFK streams. He should just set it up as a totally separate channel. Right? Like pirate software is like ferret software. Yeah. The AFK agent. I'd be okay with that. That'd be fine. I don't think I'd ever rate it, but nah, I think that'd be cooler. He can do whatever he wants with his own channel. Like, fuck it, whatever. Damn, like, dude, the category really does feel like it's dying a bit, doesn't it? It blows my mind that, like, dude, this category was not majority game dev, and now it kind of is, huh? All right, let's go rate a new stream. How about this one? Hold on, what was the comment? Especially in the later portions of night. Yeah, it's a time of day thing. I get that. Yeah. Nah, that makes sense. All right. I get that. We got someone who's doing like text-to-speech voices, like they're coding. Fuck it. Like, yeah, that works. I will just say, like, I really do wish I could start streaming way fucking earlier. That's my biggest, like, goal, to get, like, VC funded, etc., just so I can, like, not have a job that forces me to not stream until 1 p.m. Now, granted, would I sleep in until then anyway? At least for a time, yeah. But anyway, we're going to go say hi to Skywint. I don't know, never seen them stream before. Not sure what they stream, but we'll go say hi and, you know, see what they do. Sounds fine to me. We're going to pause the music and let's click the button. And yeah, dude, my oven's beeping at me so much. I hope I'm not burning my pot pies, but we'll see. So yeah, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. We'll see you again soon. I mean, I'll be over on gaming stream here tonight. No problem. If you guys want to hang out on gaming, it's actually really easy and chill. It's griffing and chill. Right? We'll watch like one episode of Black Books or some bullshit while I eat. And then we'll hop into some game. Probably Kingdom Come Deliverance. I gotta finish it. Yeah, look at the shiny. Look at how shiny that dude's forehead is. Look at how thin his hair is, and that's like years ago. So yeah, balding? Definitely balding. Probably bald already. Shit. But anyway, later YouTube. Have a good night. Cheers.